Alright, boys. Time to get on a Leetcode question. Tuck my hair behind my ears. We're going to do a Leetcode question. We're going to do interview prep. I actually did some already this morning. There's probably, 3 more days before an interview that I have. I just want to write some stories. And, I've written some this morning. There were 3 that I wrote, but I need to come up with more. Perhaps 15, ideally, by the end of the 3 days that I currently have to prepare. And, with all this, after all this, I also need to do some study. And I've got an assignment due this Sunday, which is literally just tomorrow. So there's going to be priorities on that too. But for now, let's do one Leetcode question just to get the views, man. Get the views. Let's go monkey type first. 1 monkey type and we'll get into it. Damn it. Okay, typing's still pretty good, 41 word per minute is like my average now, which is way better than before. Okay, now we can do a Leetcode. Neetcode. Go to Neetcode. What's being downloaded, bro? Kernel tasks. Sus. Whatever. Alright, we'll do a heap priority queue because I feel like I've done quite a task scheduler. Task scheduler. Very nice. Okay. Oh, not looking at the solution. Nope. Okay, so you're given an array of CPU tasks. Yep. Where tasks I is an uppercase English character from A to Z. And you're given an integer n. Each CPU cycle allows the completion of a single task. And tasks can be completed in any order. The only constraint is that identical tasks must be separated by at least n CPU cycles to cool down the CPU. Return the minimum number of CPU cycles required to complete all tasks. Interesting. So, X, X, Y, Y, they have to wait 2 cycles. So, X, Y, idle, X, Y. 1, 2, so 1, 2, then run again. 1, 2, then run again. If you have A, B, C, run A first, then B, then C, then idle, then A, then wait 1, 2, 3, then A. Now this is a tougher heap queue question. What would you do here? You have tasks. You can order them by ord. You can order them by ord. Wouldn't really make much sense. Because tasks can be computed in any order. Perhaps if it's going to be, you know, everything initializes to 0. Everything has a 0 priority. Until it reaches 0 in the count of that specific value. We can't do anything about it. If you have, say, tasks, but each of the tasks has their own, you know, tuple of how long to wait for, right? So you might wait. It's a task, right? So you might wait 0 seconds. You might wait 2 seconds if that's n, right? And n keeps on decreasing until it reaches 0. And when it reaches 0, what does that tell you? It tells you that when it reaches 0, you're ready to run this action. However, if it started with 0, you had 3, you put it to the end, zeros, they get popped off the queue, popped off the priority queue, but the value of this p might still remain as 3. This is a tough one. This is a tough one. Okay, let's try and run through the example of XXYY. Right, so you got X, you pop that off, you're done. You check what's next on the queue, you see you have another X. So because you checked before, so before you might need to just say, all right, when you pop one off, check the top of the queue and yourself. No, because it could be in any order. It doesn't necessarily have to be sorted. I gotta see also the example from Leetcode directly. AAA. AC A B D B is equal to 1. AC A B C D A B. Well, that would have worked regardless. A B B B. N equals 3. You would have idle idle. Okay. Okay. Perhaps a hint. Well, it's probably going to tell me priority queue. Think. Maybe look. There are many different solutions, including a greedy algorithm. Okay, for every cycle, find the most frequent letter. That can be placed in this cycle. Holy, I see. Let me think. Find the most frequent letter that can be placed in this cycle. After placing, decrease the frequency of that letter by 1. You're telling me to do a original, operation with O of n, time complexity, into, say, an array. Put this into an array of perhaps, an array representation of the counts starting from 0 and so t is the value, ord of a, ord of a. I just gotta double check this as well at some point, but ord of t minus counts plus equal one, and as a result, I should try and print this and see what it looks like. X, Y. A, B, and C. Okay, good. So that is the correct representation. heapify. heapq.heapify counts. Heap pop, so this is a O(n) operation, right? So everything has been O(n) so far. Heapq.heap pop some value t. Although, let me think about this. This ordering doesn't give us any information about the value. So perhaps, I need a count, but I also need... Alright, let me think. Heap pop. What would you pop? What would you return from the pop? At the end of the day, you want 0. You don't want anything, right? So priority queue is equal to counts. We can heapify counts, but I think that's, we want to heapify priority queue, right? And keep counts separate. And this should ideally be 2 different things now. Heapify pq equals? No. I think I need to copy it. Let me check. No, it is already... I need to do this. Hmm. Hmm. Yep, okay. So in an O(n) operation, I could also make the priority queue maybe a max value for vn pq. That's just a negative value. And if it's a negative value, you would have 3 at the start. And if that's right, Oh, hello KFC. Thanks for joining again. Always here, man, dependable. This value is all negative now. If it's all negative, you're gonna have 3's if v is greater than 0. You want to return v and do you? V. Okay, I'm still gonna say v. At the end of this, you really just want to see how many tasks this would take. You are preparing for interview? Thumbs up, thank you. Yes, I prepare. While priority queue. Heapify, oh wait, so this goes here. Heap queue, heap up. Heap up from the priority queue. And you want to add to priority queue some value after you find that. If the value is 3, count is greater than 0. Count minus oh wait. Yeah, I just do count plus 1 or minus 1. And this would just decrease the counts. And perhaps we need to add n to each of the other values. Does that make sense? No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, third hint. Use priority queue, just straight up. For every cycle, find the most frequent letter that can be placed in this cycle. After placing, decrease the frequency of the letter by 1. If you can't do n, you just continue. That would require taking it out of the queue. Nah, man. I think we need to look at solutions here. All right.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's write some more Leetcode.
Let's see. Interesting. You use a counter. Okay. Max heap. Yeah, that's fair, right? You use a max heap. Is count. The count values. All right, sure. Yeah. Now I did an array of 26 letters. Count values. Okay. Heap queue, heapify, max heap. Now that means we're good. Time is 0. You want to return the time. Okay, so what I would do to mine is, instead of calling it result, I call it time, right? And this is a max heap or a queue. We have a second queue. So you have a second queue, pairs of interesting. Okay, so this perhaps will do the same thing as if I did this. Heapify priority queue while priority queue. All right, say you think about it in terms of 2 queues. How would that work, right? You have a priority queue, you decrease the priority queue, and then you know, okay, if the queue now has some value that decreases over time, you need to manage that, right? Okay, so you're saying that, you know, there'd be a queue that equals to dq, so collections dq, where you'll increase the time only when, well, you'll increase the time, but so you'll increase the time without a doubt, right? So while priority queue or queue, interesting, right? If not max heap, the first thing in the queue, you add 1. You add whatever is in 1. Otherwise, if there is a max heap, count is 1 plus heap queue dot heap pop priority queue. Why? All right, if the count, oh yeah, you add 1 because everything in the priority queue is negative. If the count does not equal to 0, then you know to add to the queue. With the count value now and time plus n. All right, well, sure, I'll understand it. So then no, let's watch this video.
So today let's solve the problem task scheduler. One of you suggested this problem, and I think it's a pretty good one. So we're given an array of tasks. It's a character array, and it's going to be limited to the characters from uppercase A to uppercase Z, so 26 characters. Each of the characters represents a task, and the task is something that the CPU needs to process. And the tasks could be processed in any order. Each task takes exactly 1 unit of time to process, so that's good because it makes things simple for us. And for each unit of time, the CPU could either process an entire task or it could be idle. And the reason it would be idle is because we're also given non-negative integer input n that represents the cooldown period between the two same tasks. And the same task is represented by the same letter, the same character in the array. And to understand this, let's take a look at an example. And by the way, what we actually want to return is the minimum number of units of time that the CPU will take to finish all of the tasks. Let's take a look at this example. We're given these tasks, right? 3 A tasks and 3 B tasks, and the idle time we're given is 2 units of time. So basically, let's say we process an A task, right? That takes us 1 unit of time to process. Now, we process a B task. And now we know that before we process another A task, we have to wait 2 units of time. So, let's say we process an A, we can't process another A. We have to wait 2 units of time before we can process another A. So what are we going to do in the meantime? Well, there's a B as well. So let's process one of the Bs. And now for this B, we know we actually have to wait 2 units of time before we can process another B. So the next time we can process another B will be at this point in time after we have processed our second A. So now the question is, can we fill this spot with anything, or are we going to have to be idle at this point in time? And there aren't any other characters, right? We had 1 A and 1 B. Now we have 2 A's and 2 B's remaining, so we can't do anything. This has to be idle. We process an A, a
a second A and a second B, that means that before we can process another A is going to be 2 units of time. So this B and then another unit of time and then another A. And if we also process a B, the next time we can process a B will be at this point in time. So at this point, again, we are going to have to be idle. But the good thing is that this is the entire, like all the tasks we were looking for, 3 A's and 3 B's. So as you can see, it took us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 units of time to do this. So our output is going to be 8. So now let's think about a general approach that we could come up with to solve this problem. So let's say we had this as our input. First thing to notice is we're going to be given characters A through Z. It doesn't really make sense to worry about which character we're looking at, right? There's really not a big difference between a B and a C, but we should keep track of how many of each character there is. So we know there's 3 A's, 2 B's, and 2 C's, right? We don't even have to worry about the characters anymore. We can just focus on the numbers. We know that there's 3 of one character, there's 2 of a different character, and then 2 of another character. We know that the idle time in this case is 1. What order should we process the characters in? It's probably better to process the more frequent character first, the more frequent task first, because we know there's going to be some idle time, and processing the more frequent one first basically gives us more time to not be idle. And I'll show you the intuition behind that. Let's say we did a C first, right? We do C, we know that the idle time is just 1, right? So then let's say we do B, and we're allowed to do another C right away. Let's say we do that, right? We do another C, and then we do another B because the idle time is only 1, right? So now we've already processed all the C's and the B's, and all we're left with is 3 A's. Okay, let's process one of the A's. Okay, great. But now we have an idle time. We have no other characters available for us, so we have to wait, and then we can process another A, and then we wait, and then process another A. So in this case, this was one way, but did this minimize the total time that it took us to process all the tasks? A different way would have been to start with the most frequent character, right? A, and now there's only 2 A's left. So now what's the most frequent? Well, you could say A again, but we know that there is an idle time of at least 1. So at this point in time, A is not available to us. So we have to process a different character, let's say a B. Then A is actually going to be available for us again. So we could process the A, or we could process the C. In this case, it doesn't really make any difference because there's 2 of each of these. So we could do either one. Let's just do C. So then there will be 2 A's, 1 B, and 1 C. Then we'll, of course, want to do the more frequent character, the A. And then there's going to be 1 A remaining. We can't process another A without at least 1 unit of idle time. So let's do B, and then do C, and then we can do A, right? This also is a valid way, and this one actually minimizes the idle time rather than this one. And what is the idle time in this case? It's about, not the idle time, the total time in this case is about 7 as opposed to 9 in the other case. So that's kind of the intuition why we're going to try to do the more frequent task first, and then the less frequent task. How we're going to be doing this is by using a data structure called a max heap, which will allow us to continuously figure out which task is the most frequent one. And the max heap can actually allow us to determine that in log n time, right? If we have a bunch of these, we can figure out which is the most frequent in log n time, which is good. But in this case, actually, it's even better than that. It's about log 26, since we only have 26 different characters. This is kind of a constant time operation anyway. But I will say that the overall time complexity is still going to be big O of n. One, because we are going to have to, count the occurrences of each task. So we're going to have to go through the entire input, and we're going to be, popping every value from our max heap and adding every value to our max heap. So the time complexity is going to be big O of n. That's also going to be the memory complexity. But now to the actual algorithm itself, we're actually going to use one other data structure, a queue. It's not required, but I think it makes the problem a little bit more organized. So let's start off with the max heap, right? We have 3 integers. We're going to be adding integers to our max heap, not the characters. We're going to be taking the counts of each task and adding that to the max heap. So we're going to have a 3 and a 2 and another 2. And by the way, when I actually code this up in Python, we don't have a native max heap. So the way we only have a min heap. So the way I get around that is basically by taking each of these values and making it negative. In a max heap, we want to pop the maximum, and we can do that in log n time. So in this case, we pop the 3, which is the maximum. But in Python, we're actually going to do it the opposite way. All these are going to be negative, so we're going to end up popping the minimum, which is going to be -3. But we're going to, assume that it's a positive 3. But yeah, so that's the idea. First, we're going to pop the 3 or the -3. You can think about it however you want. That's the most frequent. But now we want to change the count from being a 3 to now being a 2, right? Because we just processed one of the tasks. So if you have a negative, you'll have to add 1. If you have a positive, you can decrement it to 1. In my case, when I write the code, I'm going to be adding 1 to this. But now we're actually going to be taking this and adding it to our queue data structure, because we know that there's some amount of idle time for this task. At the current point in time, initially we were at time equals 0, but we just processed the task, so now we're at time equals 1. And we're going to add this integer 2 or -2 to our queue, but we're also going to be adding another value to the queue, and that's at what time is this task going to be available for us to process once again. Basically, at what point can we take this and add it back to our max heap, right? What's the idle time that is going to be remaining? Well, right now we're at time equals 1, and our idle time for each task is n equals 1. So basically, we're going to take n and add it to our current time, so it's going to be 2. Basically, at time equals 2, this task is going to be available for us to add to the heap again. So that's what the second value in this case means. And once again, we're going to pop from our max heap, we're going to pop the -2, and that means we have processed the task, so now our time is actually going to be time equals 2. We're going to take that task, it was a -2, we're going to add 1 to it, which is going to make it a -1. So then we're going to take that -1 and add it to our queue. And at what time is that task going to be available to add back to our max heap? Well, it's going to be 2 plus 1, because n is 1 in our case. So at time equals 3, this task can be added back to our max heap. But now that we're at time equals 2, we see that this task actually is available now to add back to our heap. So let's pop it from our queue and take the -2 and add it back to our max heap. And at this point, you're probably starting to get the idea, so I'll just kind of fast forward through this. We're going to pop this again, set our time now equal to 3. We're going to take that -2, add 1 to it, so it'll be a -1. We'll add that to our heap. At time equals 4, it's going to be available for us to add back to the heap. This value can be popped from our queue. We can add a -1 here, and then start the cycle over. So let's pop this value over here.
Do I agree?
Add it to our queue. We're running out of space, so let's add a little bit more space. That -2 will become a -1. The time now will actually be 4, so the time that this can be popped is going to be at time 5. We see it's time 4, so this can now be popped. So we add that back to our heap.
Time 4. Because it's always going to be why not use a hash table? 4 is going to be 1. I suppose an index.
-1, and now it's time equals 4, so I'm really going to fast forward through this. It'll take one more unit of time to process this task, but now this task, as you can see, we're going to pop it. It's a -1. We're going to add 1 to it, so now it's going to be 0, right? 0, once a task becomes 0, we know that we don't have to process it anymore, right? So when it's 0, we're not going to add it to our queue because it doesn't have to be idle. It's never going to be added back to the max heap. Once it's 0, we're not going to do anything with it. So, we pop it from our max heap and there's nothing left. But we see that this value over here, and right now it's going to be time equals 5 actually. So time is 5. This can be added back to our max heap. Let's add that -1. Sorry if it's getting a little bit messy. But next we're going to pop this from our max heap. It's going to become 0, so we don't add it to our queue. Now it's going to be time equals 6 after we process that task. And lastly, we have one task remaining. We pop it, we process it, it becomes 0. We don't add it to the queue. So now after processing that task, our time is 7. So we can return 7 in this case. And that's pretty much the entire algorithm. So that's what I'm going to be following. Even though popping and pushing to our max heap is usually a log n operation, in this case, it's really going to be a log 26 operation. So the overall time complexity in this case is really just big O of n because we have to just go through every single task. Okay, now let's write the code. Okay, so now let's code.
Okay, bet. You're right if it's not in the queue. Interesting.
Put it up. Hey everyone, welcome. The occurrences of each kind of help simplify things for us, and I usually don't do this, but we want to count the occurrences of each character in the input. It's a list of strings. We could just run through that, loop through that, and add it to a hash map, but you can actually do that with a built-in way in Python, just using a counter, which is literally a hash map. It'll just do that for us so we don't have to write the code. But now we actually want to create our max heap using those counts themselves. We can do that in Python with one line of code. We're just going to iterate through each count in the
I already did this,
hash map that we just created, but we want to only iterate through the values, so count.values, and we want to add that to our hash map. But in Python's case, we can't have a max heap. This is actually a min heap after we heapify it. So I'm actually going to take the negative of the count and add it. So this is just creating an array with every negative count that we computed. But to actually turn it into a heap, we can do heapq.heapify in Python and to that max heap, and it'll basically order it. It'll take this array and order it in such a way that it is a max heap, basically for us to efficiently get the maximum value from the heap whenever we want it. We're also going to declare a variable to keep track of what time it is. Initially, we'll set that to 0, and we'll also have a queue, in this case, a double-ended queue. And the double-ended queue is going to actually contain a pair of values, and the pair of values are going to be that negative count that we had up above. And for that, task, that count, the corresponding idle time. At what time is it going to be available for us to add back to the max heap? Okay.
So with that said, we're going to continue
Yeah, idle time
We're going to continue processing these tasks while the max heap is non-empty.
is important.
But or the queue is non-empty, right? As long as one of these is non-empty, that means we have more tasks that we need to process. So as we process, at each iteration of the loop is just going to increment the time by exactly 1. And actually, before I even forget, I mentioned that the time complexity of this whole algorithm is going to be big O of n, but that's not entirely correct. Let's say n is the size of our tasks. We can add one more variable. Let's call it m, where m actually represents what the idle time is, because in the worst case, we have to go through that idle time for each task that we have, right? Suppose that the tasks was just an array of all a's. In that case, we'd have to go through the idle time for each task. But the idle time is actually a pretty small constant. I think it's less than 100 in our case, but just wanted to mention that in case. But okay, now let's continue with the algorithm. So at each iteration of the loop, we're going to increment the time by 1. If the max heap is non-empty, we are going to pop from it. And we can do that with q.heap pop from the max heap. And from it, we're going to get the count. And as we pop from the heap, that means we're processing this task. So to the count itself, we can actually add 1 to it, because remember, we're actually using negative values for the counts. If you were using positive values, you'd probably subtract 1 from it. But in our case, we're going to be adding 1 to it. And if this count is non-zero, we can check that like this. If count is non-zero, then we want to go ahead and append it to our queue, and we can do that like this. We're going to append a pair of values, the count itself and the time that it's going to be available again, and we can get that by taking our time, our current time, adding to it the idle time, n. So at this time, we can once again add it to our max heap. Okay, that's great. We process a task, we remove it from the max heap, but remember, we also have to take care of our queue. If our queue is non-empty and the first value in our queue at index 0, the idle time for it, which is also it was actually going to be at index 1 because it's the second value in the pair. So if this time has just been reached, so if this is equal to the current time, that means we can actually pop this from our queue. So we're going to say queue.pop left, and so this is actually going to pop that pair of values, and from that pair of values, we
I should have realized this.
So we're going to get index of 0. But actually that value itself, what do we want to do? We just want to add it back to our max heap. So we can do that with q.heap push. We're going to take it, add it to our max heap. So let's just copy and paste this and move it up above. So the only thing left for us to do is once everything has been processed from our max heap and our queue, we can just go ahead and return the time that it took us to do all of that work. Let's just clean this up a little bit. That's the entire code. So now let's just run it to make sure that it actually works.
Six, two, one. Good. Okay, That's it. That's it for that one. Close it. Okay, it's almost 1. Problem is, I probably need to have a shower. All right. And eat, and I'll be back after this just to do my assignment. All right. So I'm gonna have a shower now. You know, maybe go for a walk, come back, feel more refreshed, and we'll continue. But yeah, it's been a long day this morning, but we're good. All right, I'll be back. Subox says, I've been meaning to use paperless NGX. Oh yeah, use it, it's actually good. Good, it's in your bookmarks. I think it was in my bookmarks for a long time. I finally got to it like the start of this semester. Oh yeah, live streaming too, let's go. Maybe I'll look at your streams. It's looking pretty clean. This terminal, these split screens. Hell yeah. I'm glad someone's on also doing it now, you know? Oh, that's what I'm here for, you know? I'm here for the inspiration. Let's go. Like, if I'm gonna study, I may as well document it. Exactly. That's my exact thought process, you know? You know, there's some sort of productivity benefit there. Okay. This is pretty light mode. This is the lightest of the lightest mode. What can I say? I'm in my light mode era. Only because some of these PDFs can only be in light mode. Anyway. So from this, I can say that effective window size, the question is so for this part of the assignment, you should change the scale, try varying window sizes. In your report, describe how the size of the window affects the disparity estimate, both quantitatively, the numerical performance measure, and qualitatively describe how the disparity estimates change. That's a good question. Window size increases, the accuracy of the disparity estimate increases. Best results lay around 8 to 10 for both scales 2 to 4. Two and 4. So this is quantitatively speaking. Quantitatively speaking. Okay, so as window size increases, accuracy of the disparity estimate increases. Best results lay around 8 to 10. 8 and 10. Lay around 8 and 10 half wins for both scales 2 and 4. Qualitatively, describe how the disparity estimates change. Qualitatively, I guess, just make sure we understand the difference. Quantitative studies rely on the numerical or measurable data. In contrast, qualitative rely on the personal accounts or documents that illustrate in detail how people think or respond within society. Okay. Qualitative data can be gathered. Yeah, no. Still a data that you gotta capture. Qualitative. It's qualities, how you can describe something. I guess that's also a Reddit post. Useful. So, your report describe how the size of the window affects the disparity estimates. Quantitatively, it increases the accuracy up until 8 to 10, and then the accuracy decreases after that. The reason for it, you gotta mention. And same thing for A. Same thing for I'm gonna update that. Because you do need a reason. Describe how the size of your window affects the disparity estimate. You know, I can say qualitatively, as the scale increases, as the half win, as the window increases, the graininess decreases. So the the blur gets finer and the graininess decreases. That's all I can say to that. And for the scale of 2 and 4, you know, when you have a greater scale, the number of pixels that you look at per scale, because it's a scaled up image, whereas it's scaled down by 4. Got to double check with the code actually. So you shrink by a scale of 4, you shrink by a scale of 2. Shrink by a scale of 2, then you shrink by a scale of 4. And scale, load dimensions with a scale. Yeah, okay. So from my understanding, scaling down by a factor of 2 is larger in terms of the actual image size than scaling by a factor of 4. I mean, I can verify this just by printing out the shape of one of the images. If I run everything previous to here, and this is assuming a scale of 4, so you would assume then at a scale of 2, this is a print. That it's a larger image, yes. That is the case. Okay, we verified that, so 2, scaling 2 is larger as an image than a scaling of 4, which means that when it comes to the report, scale factor of 2 means the window sizes are technically smaller than the window sizes in 4, in a scale factor of 4, which is the case. You know, if the windows are smaller, you can tell that it's also grainier in the less scaled down image too. So I can agree with that. You know, technically, yeah, you can still see that, you know, this is still less grainy than this is still more grainy than this, and this is still less grainy. This is still less grainy than this. Wait, this is still less grainy than this is still less grainy than this. This is still more blurry than this, yeah. Okay. I'm convinced, but, you know, in terms of saying things about it, qualitatively, the peace subox. I'll see you later. Qualitatively, the qualitatively, the images get grainier as the scale and half win values increase. This makes sense, but just leave it at that for now, I guess. Focus on number 3, which is center weighted window. Okay, this is, I think I understand this better now. Center weighted window, you're going to weight the center more heavily using a Gaussian distribution. To do that, we need to understand how to create a Gaussian distribution again. Because there was a way to do it. Just forgot exactly. But let's go to the assignment. So you want the window function in the kernel used for the conv2d operation. So the window function, or sorry, the window function. Guessing it could be this. Used for the conv2d operation. In the baseline code, this is created using np1s. Okay, yeah, in the baseline code it's using np1s, which considers each pixel in the window equally. Replace the kernel with one that weights the center pixels more heavily than the edge pixels using a Gaussian weighting function. The sigma parameters should be 1/4 of the window size, half of the half win parameter. I repeat the experiment for question 2 and determine if the weighted window needs a different window size for optimum performance. Okay, so, instead of doing this, we've got to change it up. And got to first make sure to see what's the diff here. Notebook metadata. The scale is obviously different. The image outputs a difference. You do prints. Doesn't matter. Does it matter? I would say it does. Okay, I'm just going to close some tabs. Apps. Because they're going to take up memory. This is also going to take memory. Put it back. Stories under here, maybe here. Okay. Cool. Something I'll think about. Go back. Clear all outputs, make it clean, then commit. Okay, so window size. In the baseline code, this is created using MP1s, which is... I wonder if there is any talk about this Gaussian. Okay, so you can edit this. Accuracies. Petit Ready. I remember that name. I'm good, how are you? And welcome back. Hmm. Yeah, life's good. I've got into Oracle. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. That's really good. Hmm. Have you actually started working at Oracle or no? No, I'll be joining in a few months. Nice, I see. Internship? Or full-time or part-time? Yeah, okay, nice. Let's go! I'm gonna try for my own. We'll see how I go. Yeah, I'm sure you'll make it big. Thanks, man. We'll see. SNF. SNH. I think I gotta return something here. No. Yes. Yep. Doesn't matter how dirty this code is though. Here's the thing, we gotta make it into perhaps SH to get this equal to the output of main.sh. I mean main S and H. And I can print accuracies. If I run this now, I'm gonna pull it back a bit. We're gonna say a scale of 2, 4 still, but a half win of much less, just say 2 and 4. 2, 4, 6. Okay, we'll just do this. Run this, run this, run this. Okay, there we go. So 2 and 2 gives us 6, 7, 2 and 4 gives us this. Ideally, I would have these results in a table, maybe in NumPy, to be honest. But is this correct? Is this the correct number? So 2 and 2. Looking at the report, 2 and 2, 51. It's not. Two and 4, 79. Scale of 2 and a 4, 69. What's the difference? This is 2 and 2. $51.31, yeah. I guess it's the image sizes. But I did start from here. But I should start earlier. Yeah, these need to be included as well. And so does this. And at some point I gotta include the file path. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Gonna run this, this, and this. There we go, 51. That's the number. I guess at some point you should also just specify the file path. Let me just see, so scroll. 51. Check these values, so 51, 69, 75.71, 67, 69, 81. Okay, good. So that's fine. However, you know, I don't need to print all of this. Something to consider later. And I want these in terms of not entirely. Oh, 3 different techniques. What? Okay, well, I don't want to ask. And what's the third requirement? Fourth requirement? center weighted window. Center weighted window is defined as before I do that, the image file path is important. And instead of using this, I should probably use a table like a NumPy table. See, actually I can just use Copilot here. Just gonna pause it for a sec. Do we have PDs? Do we have pandas? No, we won't use pandas then. Can't be bothered. As is fine, I think. And think we need to return a kernel function. Let me double check. It's going to be in this. So the window function is the kernel used for the 2D convolution. In the baseline code, this is created using np1s, which you can set as each pixel and the window equally. Replace the kernel with 1 that weights the center pixels more heavily than the edge pixels. Okay, so window function default to np ones. Hopefully this still works. Actually, question is why 112? $51, $69, $67, $60, $79. Okay, good, still the same. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, Gaussian. So the function begins. The function begins by calculating the sigma value, which is a measure of the spread of the Gaussian function. Here the sigma is set to be a fourth of the first dimension of K-shape. This is this choice of sigma. Shows that the Gaussian will have a smooth transition from the center to the edges. Next, the function generates two linearly spaced arrays, x and y, which represent the coordinates of the window. Yeah, this is good. time to just let this run a bit. And it's going to take up some CPU. Desai, hello. PC running at 100% CPU. Kind of scary. Just waiting for this to finish running. It's definitely lagging the video feed. See. What are you working on right now? Looks interesting. This is for an assignment. It's related to computer vision. And the concept for this is to determine depth from stereo images. So you got two images, just like your eyes. And those two images are positioned, some distance away from each other, but their image surfaces are parallel. So that it's basically like eyes. You look at an object and you can determine how deep that object is. You can see my video feed like spazzing. It's catching up. Glad we'll learn something from your streams. I hope so. Sometimes I'll try and explain stuff. Okay, images are producing. That was 16 image outputs from... Ooh, I forgot to include the 1, so it was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, that's 8, and we have 2 scales. We do have all of them, except for when the half window is only 1. But does it look better? And that is a good question. We'll have to see, so. If I run this, how consistent do we have it? Yeah, flat lines around 80 or 70. But at scale of 4 it does improve. But it tapers off also around, probably around 8 to 10 again, so. But this is using, so I can say for sure that it's not, it's using Gaussian because it's a different number here compared to here. So that's fine. And this is the output image. I should have done it to 2 decimal places actually. Can I do it here? I can. Should be able to. Yeah. That is considering rounding as well, so that's good. Anything missing? I can just rearrange this table, I guess. So this is for 4, this is for 2. So from this, we can see that, 8 and 10 are still the best numbers for scale of 4. However, for the scale of 2, it does differ very slightly and prefers higher values, but the performance between these two are still similar. I suppose it is slightly better for when the half window Now I want to put this ad. I want to include 1, but I also don't. Ugh. Or keep 2 here. Maybe a graph. Yeah, it should include graphs, I think. It's a good idea. And if I should, then I will have to make the graphs a little better now. I'm gonna have to do that again. So I overwrote it. If I overwrote it, then I might as well just do this. As a result of all that, yeah. I think that's good. So 42, 52, Oh, this isn't changing. Did I edit it somewhere else? I must have undone this. Am I happy with that? I think so. Two, 4. Okay, so with the keys, the key would be okay. Got split. I know this isn't the best way to do it, but doesn't matter too much. Do what works. There's a missing bracket. Get rid of that. 2, 4. And it's pretty perfect. It's also a matter of, I guess, abstracting this now. You can put this as an extra function. What do you call this, graphs? This is the results from the accuracies, which is accuracies is a dictionary. And it's a dictionary of string to float. Strings should be in the format scale half-win. It's just the way it is for this function. And the results, yeah, so print results is basically the functionality of this function, the essence of this function. Do the Okay, so instead of any of that, we just run print results accuracies. It's not defined because I haven't run it yet. Now if we go down again, there we go, print results. And all of this is extraneous junk that you don't need to have, which I need to remove. Do it here best. We'll move some of these print statements. As well as, we can keep that. We shouldn't show anything. So if I search for show, it's unnecessary to do any of this. That's fine. Yeah. That goes off. Don't need this. Plot figure. I should save these images. Just in case. Okay, Gaussian. Done. What else am I missing? Don't need to show these. Do we need to show best offset? I mean, we'll see. Yeah, nothing's changed. Good. That's still the same. But you still print one thing. Don't want to print anything. So I gotta get rid of that last image show. Perhaps this is all that's needed. Nope, figure's not defined. I suppose you don't need fig, right? Why is this still being printed? I broke it. Perhaps you need to include it. It would be 4-4. Yeah, it just happens to be the most recent one. Yeah, it just has to be. Results. Still good. Alright, so clear all. We'll just print results here. Okay. You don't need this extra section. Yeah, 2-1 never existed. But you got 42. Yeah. Okay. Run at scale 2 for the remaining 9 examples in the data set. So half win up here has to also include 1. Just pause this. Alright, kinda cool, kinda cool. Problem is, we gotta move this all. Okay, so this is all good. Get rid of this half win. Ooh. I hate having to mess around with this so much, but this is pretty much the extent of the code, and then I can write answers. Let me sit first. Okay. So everything is gonna have estimate Gaussian. Ooh. No. I can't do that. You know what I'll do? I'll just keep it the way it is, to be honest. It's not really that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. It's good the way it is, I would say. Now it's a matter of running this all to make it work, to make it run. Halloween, so half win. Thinking of Halloween. Scale, half win, and these are the accuracies for the list of files. We can keep it, it's fine. Like these extra pieces, at least it gives context to what you can comment out and what you can't. And let me clear everything and say, well, you do print the results, which is yes, good. Print the results. And if you know, everything else, actually we gotta save the figures as well. These figures are useful to me. So I'm just considering what's required here, because number 2, yep, you can still print results. Okay, and we'll save it. plt dot Now, this is sad. To specify the specific file name, which is a string. That file name accuracies. Yeah. Just keep it a file name, right? How is it here? So it's a file file name if you keep it a file name, then that's fine. Yeah, okay. Let's keep it a file name with the accuracies. Okay. Now that means that print results, you must put a file name for each of these. And what's a suitable file name here? Estimate accuracy. Estimate accuracies. You just don't need to provide this. Alright, and that would be enough, would you say? Estimate accuracies, that would suffice this. No, I need to go like that. Estimate, and this would be file name estimate Gaussian. And this will be estimate Gaussian. And all of this should just work. I gotta try this. Okay, I'll try this with 1. Okay, this errors. Unexpected keyword, alright. Oh. Never put the F there. Okay, let's undo that. Run this again. And run this while deleting this. Estimate Gaussian accuracy. Yeah, so that's working. Okay. We'll have to run it 2 times over, but that's good. That's producing what we need. Except just clear all outputs. Okay, now run it once through. It should run through everything, but this will also take some time to run. As a result, I'm gonna have to wait. Now we just wait. But I guess in the process I could write some stuff. I hate that there's so much time to be spent on this. Okay, center weighted window and okay. I'm going to drink some water, be right back. Okay, so using the best performing window size, run your code. Oh, best performing window size. Okay. We figured what the best performing window size was already. Okay, so use the best performing window size at scale 2. Okay. In this case, best performing window size could vary. Scrollable element, let's have a look. So 36.8, 51.31, 69.13. These are all the same. Oh, okay. Sus. And small values don't matter really that much. Small differences shouldn't make a big difference, but okay. Okay, alright. Good. They're good. Just thinking. What to do here when I inevitably cancel number 4. Because number 4 is going to be I read this book the other day. Finished reading it. It's a pretty good book just about how to live your life. My mentor gave it to me. So it's a good book. And because he gave me this book, I also built the courage to give one of my friends a book as well. I bought it for them. And you know, the book, I got them the book, and it was Atomic Habits, as you would expect. Atomic Habits, basically the best book of all of the self-help genre. So I got my friend that book, and they liked it, I think. But yeah, now this book reminds me of that because, you know, My mentor gave it to me, this book, and I wanted to give some other book to someone else. So I bought that book, gave it to my friend, and now it's just become a recount of my days recently. While we wait on this code to finish coding processing, it seems to be faster now, actually. Okay, I stand corrected. Regardless, you know, all books have this smell, like pages. I haven't read a hardback book in a while. Because it's, you know, elsewhere. Anyway, this seems like it's almost done. Taper's off. Still. Okay, and I can stop this. Please. Yeah, okay. It didn't crash on me. So the reason... okay, the best performing window size at scale 2 is around... $14. It has to be 14. So we're going to say 14. So for the scale of 2, so best performing window size on scale 2, run your code on the 9 remaining datasets and describe the performance quantitatively. Give your results in a table. So I probably need to change this up then a little bit. So these two values are good. Need to use these two tables for my analysis. Lovely. And I need to quantitatively measure the accuracies here. Yes, it'll print it out anyway. $2.14. Gaussian. Alright, well, while we wait for this, let me do... Nah. I'll just sit tight and chill for a bit, you know? I should give myself that. The one thing though... I'm trying to think. Okay, so that's one image done. It looks sad, to say the least. I do have some like residue files in the repository. Unnecessary. I have to finish like at least up to the end of 3 tonight for this. Okay. Okay, but the accuracy is a little sus, right? This is because you're using an accuracy from run at scale 2 for the best window of for the remaining 9 examples in the dataset. And double check that. It says use the best performing window size at scale 2. Run your code on the 9 remaining examples and describe the performance quantitatively. Give your results in a table, right? Which I can do, no problem. Yeah, that's pretty easy. And conclude your report with a discussion on the main errors made by the system. So, okay, here's what I can do by tonight, right? Most, if not all of everything of this assignment. And also just writing. I feel like the writing, oh man. I think I'm overthinking the writing, to be honest. It's not going to be that difficult. It's not going to be that difficult. So, I just got to do it. I just got to do it. My dad's making, I think dad's making dinner now. Okay. I should turn this to night mode soon. Oh wait, it changes by daylight as well, so it doesn't matter. Now I think it changed by daylight now. Keep this running. You know, by the end of it, we can then save it all. And it will be good. Will be good. Is there anything that I'm missing in my understanding? I guess, you know, I can write what I'm missing here from the table. Right, so I'll do this now. For scale 2, 30.58, and scale 4, 43.69. Okay. The window function for the kernel should be a quarter of the window size. Repeat the experiment for the new Gaussian window function. I just realized it was like speeding up just now. So the new Gaussian window function actually it's performing, oh yeah, it does perform slightly better. It does perform slightly better at higher scales. Right, let me see. So this is that. It does perform slightly better. God damn. Dad, my guy. Dad, what are you doing? Some of them work pretty well, some of them not so well. I mean, none of this tells you to explain why. Doesn't matter. Just explain why, I think. Okay. Just thinking. Hmm. Ugh, I went for a walk this afternoon, but I didn't go to the gym, and I think I'm okay with not going to the gym, this week, just because, I mean today, not this week. I have gone to the gym this week, I swear. But I didn't go to the gym today because, yeah, there's just way too much to be doing. Excuses, I know, but I went for a walk instead. And I had a 20-minute nap. So I feel okay, and I feel like I've spent my day pretty well today. Especially trying to get this done and doing a Leetcode question and doing some interview preparation, which, by the way, I did before even the stream started. But yeah, not bad of a day so far. We can definitely continue with more here. And we are close to, I think, letting this Jupyter notebook run. It's close. I mean, it's taking, 15 minutes. But yeah. Oh yeah, okay, so that's done now. Let's run all the... Yep, let's run them all, okay. Okay, okay. Now we can probably mark the answers. We can save all this now. Okay. How's the GPU? Not bad for an Apple M1. Python 3.11 being 2.3 gigabytes is sus. Is just a little bit sus. But it's probably all those, yeah, generated data. Okay. I want to check one thing unrelated to any of this that I'm doing right now. And that is the internet. Yeah, this is reasonable. This is reasonable. Wait, is this? It is, I think. Sussed out. I'm sussed out a little bit. Alright. Let me do this final table that I needed. Okay. Back to focus because now everything is there for me. I will refresh this actually. Reload window. So hopefully that means the RAM goes down for Python for sure. Yep, it's gone. Yeah, continuity capture taking 1.1 gigabytes is also another interesting thing. Could just be, yep, could just be the fact that it's running. Caching up whatever it's caching up. Hope there's always a limit to that, to be honest. Hey, okay, the code is continuity capture is the only thing that's a lot at the moment now. It's been fine. Okay. Okay. Let me stand. Should I do a push-up? I'll do a push-up. Not bad. I just did 5. Give your results in a table. Yeah. I mean, okay. Let's just say a deer and DAC. I don't know what that is. Accuracy. The glow on these bad boys. Changing colors. I mean, pulsating. RGB. Rainbow RGB. Sorry, I'm getting distracted a little bit, but kind of looks okay. I mean, probably need it in the dark to make it shine, but okay, we'll turn it off. Okay. Vintage. A deer on that. A deer and DAC. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Deer and DAC. Pipes. $52.19. 5220. 7726. Ooh, that's actually pretty good, right? Fifty-four, 56. Oh, it's a chair, isn't it? I mean, I almost can't even make the picture. I can't exactly tell what this is. Cable. It's cable. It's a cable. 60. 52. Perfect piano. Piano perfect, sorry. Punching numbers, really. Yeah, the backpack. Backpack. 78, 18. Mask. 58, 55. Vintage. .20. Okay. Okay. So that is all of the data. Hold on. Give me a sec. Okay. I got these down. What else? The new Gaussian function does seem to improve accuracy slightly. Okay. Damn, bruh. Okay. The new Gaussian window function seems to slightly shift the best window size to a larger window. This is seen in the fact that without that we get a large man. This is annoying. I hate writing. I just need to give myself some like space to just like creatively think about it, because right now I'm thinking about it very get it done, get it over with type. So like even right now when I'm writing all this, right, I'm just thinking like, okay, center weight. Okay, so the window function is the kernel repeats the kernel with one that weights the center pixels more heavily than the edge pixels. The sigma parameter should be a quarter of the window size. Repeat the experiments for question 2 and determine if a weighted window needs a different window size for optimum performance. This is seen in the fact that in table ref No, I'll just write this, yeah, later. Because to be honest, like, you don't need to write too much, I reckon. And repeat the experiments and determine if a weighted window needs a different window size for optimum performance. Yeah, okay. I think I'm pretty good. Yeah, alright, let's just write these now onto the report. Okay. Um, Anything else? Effective window size. Yeah. Center weighted window. Obtain performance across the whole data set. Hello KFC, welcome back again. What am I working on? I'm working on a report for a computer vision assignment. And this computer vision assignment I've been doing pretty much the second half of this day also, which is just writing the code for it to produce all this output. So yeah, it's actually pretty painstaking, I won't lie. You know, I'd rather be resting right now, but this is due tomorrow. So gotta do it. Literally, if this wasn't due tomorrow, I'd be like playing tennis with my friends tomorrow, but not tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Because it's due tomorrow. There was a figure. And the figure Alright, I gotta eat. I should provide access on this, bro. Man, this is annoying. Alright, I'm gonna eat, take a break. Alright, be right back. Okay. I am back. And we're going to be watching a video. Okay, and this is going to be on YouTube by a guy named Dan Croyder. Okay, it's exactly this guy. But I need to go to my history. History to see that.
No more.
And we just learned some stuff.
It's widely assumed that it's nearly impossible to train someone for customer obsession. Some people are like that, some people aren't. And this is why this question, this type of question about customer obsession, about dealing with customers, is so important in a job interview. So this is the most commonly asked question that you should always prepare, regardless if your customers are internal or external. Okay.
Customer obsession.
Again, your experiences may vary with this regard. The third. This is why this question, this type of question about customer obsession, about dealing with customers, is so important in a job interview. So this is the most commonly asked question that you should always prepare, regardless if your customers are internal or external. Okay. Again, your experiences may vary with this regard. The third question I want to talk about here, tell me about the time when you strongly disagreed with your manager or peer on something you considered as very important to the business. Why was it? What was it? And how did you handle it? Knowing what you know now, would you do anything differently? Okay, so why would someone ask you such a question of a time when you strongly disagreed with your manager? Well, they would ask you this because they want to screen you on the leadership principle of have backbone. Okay, they even have a backbone test at Amazon in job interviews, including, or I should say, specifically for SDEs as well. Okay, so what would be an example of a time when you disagreed with the manager? For example, you could disagree with them over a new initiative. You wanted to have our new fence painted in blue, but I wanted it in red, as it would catch more attention and create more buzz for the business. I gathered some data pointing to studies which proved that this color red would be more appealing. He agreed, and we did it. We painted the fence in red. Now, if your interviewer would follow up with something on the lines of, in retrospect, was it really so that important to have that fence painted in red? I mean, I don't like red as a color. And maybe what if you only had blue paint? Would you change it? And your answer would be something online. So, yeah, well, you're probably right. I mean, in this scenario, I'm not sure those studies were enough to justify the extra costs for the red paint. Okay. So in other words, if you change your mind, this is in a job interview, and if you change your mind based on what the interviewer likes, that is, they don't like red as a color, then you would miserably fail this backbone test, and you would get disqualified. It's as straightforward as that. Okay. Number 4, we have a couple of these questions, so I won't insist on each and every one of them. Give me an example of a calculated risk that you had taken where speed was critical. What was the situation? How did you handle it? What steps did you take to mitigate the risk? What was the outcome? And knowing what you know now, would you have done something differently? Okay. Why would someone ask you such a question? Have you spotted the principle yet?
I'm guessing it's the principle of deliver fast, right? I think.
As for action, okay. So, spotted the principle yet? It's bias for action.
Yeah, bias for action. That's the one.
They want to screen you on bias for action here. And here I'd like to introduce a very important template, one of the very few templates that are worth considering to take seriously for a job interview, which is the STAR method. That is to answer behavioral questions using the STAR method: situation, task, then the action, and then the results. Okay, so if I wanted to give you a quick example of a time when I take risk when speed was critical.
Sorry, let me stand up first.
Critical in a fast-paced project is when I fixed an urgent bug preventing customers using the website. Risk was it could get worse and crash the whole website, and if it weren't had it not been tested properly. So I used the principle "in God we trust, everything else we test," and with a bit of help from colleagues, I managed to fix it in 3 days, and my manager commended me for the achievement. Okay, so this is a pretty straightforward example, but I want you to also to notice the STAR method that it's employed here. The reason the STAR method is so important because the interviewers expect you to answer questions using the STAR method. Now, if you feel like if you're applying for an executive role, you might feel that this is a template and it might not play to your strength, to your communication, if communication is a strength. But believe me, if you do at least the first version of your answers in STAR format, you will be able to evolve them beyond that STAR format. And even if you don't keep each element, you could mix the situation and task, no problem. But the STAR method is something that works, and I found this throughout the years that there's really no better way to answer questions other than the STAR method, or the situation. Instead of the task, you could call it objective or various other small changes, but the STAR method is something I highly recommend you. Number 5, tell me about the time when you didn't have enough data to make the right decision. What did you do? What path did you take? Did the decision turn out?
Wait, what?
STAR method is something I highly recommend you. Number 5, tell me about the time when you didn't have enough data to make the right decision. What did you do? What path did you take? Did the decision turn out to be the correct one? Okay, so a time when you didn't have enough data to make the right decision. Why would someone ask you such a question?
They're asking me that question for the leadership principle of gathering data. I feel like that's a leadership principle. Or be informed. Something on those lines. I suppose dive deep.
Okay, because they want to see your decision-making skills. But more importantly, the leadership principle we're talking about here are right a lot. Okay.
I write a lot.
Now, this principle is one of the more counterintuitive ones to understand, but it literally means what it says. Great leaders are right a lot. So if you're right a lot, then you tend to be perceived as a great leader, including as a candidate, including in a job interview. Okay. Now, simplest example: if you spot the leadership principle from the question 5 times in a row, without knowing the questions in advance, this qualifies that you're right a lot. for instance, okay? We've already been through 4 of these principles. So if you spotted 4, you only have 1.
Fuck.
What did you do? What path did you take? Did the decision turn out to be the correct one? Way to answer question other than the star method, or the situation, instead of the task, you could call it objective, or various other small changes, but the star method is something I highly recommend you. Number 5, tell me about the time when you didn't have enough data to make the right decision. What did you do? What path did you take? Did the decision turn out to be the correct one? Okay, so we've already been through 4 of these principles. So if you spotted 4, you only have 1 to be right a lot, 1 more to go to be right a lot. Okay. Now it's it can be challenging during these times, and especially nowadays, what I see with the people I talk to is that there is a tendency to prepare less and less for these job interviews, according to my statistics. And honestly, I wouldn't have expected this, but this is not the purpose of this video. But what I wanted to let you know here is that what I noticed, especially this year, was that the quality, the expectations in job interviews have only increased from the candidates, whereas the quality of the candidate, the quality of the preparation of the candidates put into the interview has only decreased. So my recommendation for you would be to really self-assess, clearly self-assess, and not necessarily against other candidates, but against against what what it takes to prepare such an interview. Because I found that it's ever more challenging to take these interviews seriously. And since companies hire less for high-paying jobs these days, Amazon included, they will be able to allocate their best interviewers for these interviews. And with a great interviewer, interviews are never easy. You remember the backbone test, and there are various other tests that they might use, including the bar raisers. There could be more bar raisers if you want, but my point is this, that even if you find that some principles, such as this one, are complex to understand, you should really take the time and brainstorm for the best possible stories that you have to sell yourself during the interview, because you will almost inevitably get one of these questions.
Okay, before he continues, I need to just check when the due date for another assignment is that I have. I mean, yeah. 7 p.m. tomorrow. Okay. Just so I know. Alright, finish this.
Number 6, give me an example of a time when you were able to deliver an important project under a tight deadline. What sacrifices did you have to make? To meet the deadline, and how did they impact the final deliverable? What was the final outcome? Okay. Why would someone ask you such a question? Because they want to screen you on the principle of deliver results. Okay. Now, with respect to the question, a time when you are able to deliver an important project under tight deadline, a mistake I hear a lot from candidates is they want to try to justify tension, that tension for delivering for the project, with all sorts of excuses: lack of planning, lack of attention to detail, lack of you name it. But the key takeaway the key idea that you want to transmit from an answer to this question is to delivery results here. Okay, so focus on the results. Also, with respect to the last part of the question, what was the final outcome? One, unless they ask you for a failure, it should be a success. Okay, needless to say, even if in real life scenarios there might be slight adjustments to that success, there might be some imperfections if you want. Speaking of imperfections, the next one: describe a time when you refused to compromise your standards. What was the result? Okay, so why would someone ask you such a question? Which principle are they interested in? It's insist on the highest standards. Okay, it's pretty much it's a counterintuitive question. However, one of the interesting ones to test on whether someone has high standards. And if you remember, I talked in the beginning of this video about customer obsession. It's assumed this cannot be easily taught or trained. It's a bit of the same thing here. So what does high standards mean for you? What does high standards mean for your role? And of course, it's extremely subjective. I cannot really exemplify here with an example that fits all purposes of fits any role in particular, because how you define high quality, it's something very much up to you. Okay. What I can tell you from experience is that I've never heard of an example that's of too high quality. Okay, for someone having standards that are too high. Okay. Number 8. Tell me about a time when you were trying to understand a complex problem on your team and you had to dig into the details to figure it out. Who did you talk with?
Deep dive.
Number 8. Tell me about a time when you were trying to understand a complex problem on your team and you had to dig into the details to figure it out. Who did you talk with, or where did you have to look to find the most valuable information? How did you use the information to help to solve the problem? Okay. It's dive deep, in case you're wondering which principle they're interested to screen you on here. So this concept, this principle of diving deep is, I believe, pretty self-explanatory. What you may not be aware of is that this approach, this interviewing technique of diving deep into is a concept is pretty widely used in major companies. Even Elon Musk was bragging about how he used this one interview question to find out on whether someone is for real. Because the idea is that if you talk about a project that you've done, a complex project that you've done, and you're not able to dive really deep into details, into metrics, and to remember details, then people will become very skeptical that you, not necessarily you did the project, but that you owned that project. Okay, and this, remember all the details might not be essential for a phone screening round. Okay, but during a loop, that is critically important that you remember all these details. And unfortunately, the only cure I know to remember all these details would be to actually brainstorm for that story, to even focus on making a brain dump of several pages to try to really remember all the details. Even if you don't remember all the details, you can estimate, but you could prepare for these, for deep dives in advance, because together with Have Backbone, they are an interviewing technique which is hugely efficient. Okay, and dive deep, I believe it's fair to say it's more commonly used than the backbone test. Okay, now of course there's also a small number of candidates who maybe focus too much on diving deeper into details with these answers and tend to fall into analysis paralysis. So this would be the other extreme, but really it's a non-issue here. Okay, so this was dive deep. Number 9, tell me about the time when you helped one of your team members to develop their career. How did you help that team member? What was the result? Okay, so which principle is this one? That is pretty easy here. Okay, so this was dive deep. Number 9, tell me about the time when you helped one of your team members to develop their career. How did you help that team member? What was the result? Okay, so which leadership principle is this one? But it's pretty easy to spot that.
Actually, I don't know what this one is.
That it's hire and develop the best here. Okay, so
Hire and develop your best.
This one is, from experience, pretty straightforward to answer for individual contributor roles. I mean, don't tell me you never coached a team member. This applies to junior roles even, I believe. But where it gets more interesting is for manager level roles. And there are also questions specifically designed for manager level roles in Amazon interviews, such as tell me about the time you had a low performing individual on your team. How did you deliver feedback and did their performance improve? Okay, this will be a question specifically for a manager level role where, you know, this principle is also significantly more important. Okay, because that's your subject matter expertise to a certain extent. Number 10, give me an example of a complex problem that you solved with a simple solution. What was the what made the problem complex, and how do you know that your solution addressed the problem? Okay. So why would someone ask you such a question in a job interview with Amazon? They would ask you this because they want to screen you on the leadership principle of invent and simplify. Okay, so maybe not so obvious from the question, but this is invent and simplify. It's a pretty standard question. And actually, it's this type of question I'd struggle with if I hear it for the first time. Because I wouldn't have something on the spot. I really have to brainstorm hard on this one. So I definitely recommend you prepare in advance. But if I were to give an example, in sales, if sales are slow because demand is low, one approach to fix this is to shift focus from advertising to referrals. Okay, so especially when you have a great product. Okay, so if you know your customers are super happy, you know they will recommend your product, and you could focus on that sales funnel instead of just advertising on Google or something. You know, when especially in this context, and of course you would
Sitting.
explain, of course, decisions quite complex because you have various strategies. You start trying to advertise to various sources, but it doesn't work, and it turned out to be that referrals or something that increases the results. Okay. As a technical PM, one of the complex situations is if your website traffic is booming and you need to scale. Okay, so caching mechanisms or even newer approaches if you want. But the idea here is basically to think what's complex for your role, and over time when you found a pretty simple solution, which of course works, if I may suggest. Okay. Number 11, tell me about the time when you had to communicate change in a direction that you anticipated people would have concerns with. What did you do to understand the concerns and mitigate them? Were there any changes you made along the way after hearing these concerns? How did you handle questions and the resistance? Were you able to get people comfortable with the change? So this is an important one, particularly for senior roles, but do you know which leadership principle they're screening you on here? So it's earn trust. Okay, so as I said, it's pretty important. If I were to give a quick example, you lead a team of 5 people working full-time on a feature for the past 6 months, and you're 2 months away from completing a major feature. And then your business partner is telling you, then I have this new feature which will bring in much needed revenue, and customers I spoke to would love to use it. How do I convince my development team to ditch current work they've been working on for the past 6 months for a commercial feature which they might not even enjoy developing? Okay, so the key here, as the principle states, is to earn their trust. And I'd have a couple of avenues here. I'd link the new features with the business outcome, so it's clear for everyone that this is important, this is essential for the business that we're into. Especially in startups, this is people would easily connect to these things. But also at Amazon, you apply for Amazon role because you self-identify with their culture and their principles in general. Okay. The second avenue to earn their trust would be to reassure them that their work will not get lost. And I'll give them 1 week to package the code so it can be reworked later on. You know, because if you work 6 months or something and then you just simply ditch it, it's highly unlikely it's going to be of much use later on. So there must be some cushion there to prepare that code to be usable later. So you care about their work. Number 3, another action could have to be one-on-ones with each member to better listen to what they say, because when you listen to people, you also are far more likely, considerably more likely to earn their trust. And finally, the 4th idea here would be to incentivize them somehow, to offer a bonus of some kind or even a promotion for exceptional delivery. Okay, so if you motivate your team, you could also earn their trust. Okay, so this would be the idea. It's hugely important, especially for senior roles. Tell me about the time when you, and then your business partner is telling you, then I have this new feature which will bring in to get people comfortable with the change. So this is an important one, particularly for senior roles. But do you know which leadership principle they're screening you on here? So it's earn trust. Even newer approaches if you want. But the idea here is basically to think what's complex for your role, and over time when you found a pretty simple solution, which of course works, if I may suggest. Okay. Number 11, tell me about the time when you had to communicate change in a direction that you anticipated people would have concerns with. What did you do to understand the concerns and mitigate them? Were there any changes you made along the way after hearing these concerns? How did you handle questions and the resistance? Were you able to get people comfortable with the change? So this is an important one, particularly for senior roles. But do you know which leadership principle they're screening? How did you handle questions and the resistance? Were you able to get people comfortable with the change? So this is an important one, particularly for senior roles. But do you know which leadership principle they're screening you on here?
Earn trust. I get it.
So it's earn trust. Tell me about the time when you took on something significant outside your area of responsibility, and why was it important, and what was the outcome? Okay, this time when you took on something significant outside your area of responsibility, and why was it important, and what was the outcome? Okay, this is the principle of ownership. In case you're wondering, it's presented as the second Amazon leadership principles. It's hugely important, but in my review, in my tracking of how often these questions get asked, it's not as commonly asked. It's not the second most commonly asked question about leadership principles these days. Also, I believe so long as you know why the question is asked, ownership, I believe it's pretty straightforward to give them what they want to hear for this question. Next one, what are your strengths and weaknesses? Okay, so this is again pretty standard, commonly asked interview question. If you're speaking about commonly asked interview question, commonly answers for strength would be, of course, public speaking with Toastmasters. You won't get disqualified, but you won't score any points for sure. And worst weakness I've ever heard is to someone say that they don't have interviewing skills. So this will be the two representative examples. I really want to insist on this one because there are so many other videos I made about these, and I believe there are some great resources for you to consider if you want to dive deeper into this. Next one, a timely demonstrated, and you can insert the leadership principle here. Okay, so timely exhibited ownership, for instance, or customer obsession with name the principle you want. So this is a commonly asked question, and it is, I believe, a good enough reasons for you to prepare stories for each of the leadership principles. Okay, and just a side note here, if you ask ChatGPT how many leadership principles does Amazon have, it will tell you that they have 14, when in fact they have 16 now. But in reality, I'd rather side with ChatGPT to prepare for my interview, because those two, the two newer leadership principles are not really all that used in job interviews. I don't believe the purpose of those principles is for job interviews, okay? But really, long story short, timely demonstrated insert leadership principles should trigger you to prepare a proper story bank for each of these principles. Next, tell me about the time you were working on an initiative or goal and saw an opportunity to do something much bigger or better than the initial focus was. Did you take that opportunity? Why or why not? What was the outcome? Next, tell me about the time you were working on an initiative or goal and saw an opportunity to do something you to prepare a proper story bank for each of these principles. Next, tell me about the time you were working on an initiative or goal and saw an opportunity to do something much bigger or better than the initial focus was. Did you take that opportunity? Why or why not? Or goal and saw an opportunity to do something much bigger or better than the initial focus was. Did you take that opportunity? Why or why not? What was the outcome? Okay, so this is probably also one of the least intuitive ones to spot the principle, but this is about think big as a leadership principle. And if I were to give a quick example here of a time when I spotted a bigger initiative, was a feature in one of my training programs. I used ChatGPT to allow people to generate sample answers to behavioral questions for your own role. And then I realized I could actually extend that to demo full story bank using ChatGPT for a given role. Okay, so this seems to be quite useful since it looks like everyone's using that feature. Okay, there's also various other reasons why everyone's using that feature, because that actually gives you examples that you want to hear. You know, not because ChatGPT is that great at answering behavioral questions. It's not, but it gives you a reference point, and it's easier to consume information rather than to produce stories. Okay, so this could be also another explication why that feature works so well. Next, give me an example of a time when you helped save costs or eliminate waste within your role or organization. What was the situation? What was the impact? Okay. Example of a time when you helped save costs or eliminate waste within your role or organization. What was the situation? What was the impact? Okay. Why would someone ask you this question? Because they want to screen you on the leadership principle of frugality. Okay. This is not usually a principle they would screen you on for junior roles, at least in my experience. Examples for manager level roles would be, you know, when you eliminated 10% of a department. Usually L7 roles will get that quite often, and especially during this time. So I believe it's also an important one, again, to prepare for more senior.
Holy shit, man. Cruel as fuck. I mean, it has to be.
Tell me about the time when you realized you needed a deeper level of subject matter expertise to do your job well. What did you do about it? What was the outcome? And is there any? And last but not least, tell me about the time when you realized you needed a deeper level of subject matter expertise to do your job well. Tell me about the time when you realized you needed a deeper level of subject matter expertise to do your job well. What did you do about it? What was the deeper level of subject matter expertise to do your
You needed a what?
Last but not least, tell me about the time you realized you needed a deeper level of subject matter expertise to do your job well.
To do your job well.
What did you do about it? What was the outcome? And is there anything you would have done differently? Okay. This is the leadership principle of learn and be curious. Okay, it's one that goes hand in hand with invent and simplify. Usually, your stories could be used, could be interchanged between these principles. So, what would be some examples here? For sales, you need to get a deeper level of expertise of something technical. Okay, or for technical roles, maybe you need to gain some understanding over some accounting concepts such as transfer pricing operations. Okay, one thing you would want to
Anant says subject matter expertise. How so?
focus on here on learn and be curious is that you focus on learning from multiple sources. Okay, so if you only learn from one source and you insist that one source, that guy on YouTube is the only resource I need for my Amazon interview, then I believe it's not the best way to showcase your learning skills. Okay. Now, in conclusion, this would be the most important questions you'd want to prepare for an Amazon interview, and I believe it's pretty self-explanatory. Reason for this being that it covers all the classic leadership principles, if you want, and if you want a bit of further advice, the best candidates, or if you want to on advice on where you want to be for this Amazon interview, I know that the best candidates have developed. They're so good at answering these questions that they're able to educate their interviewers about their experience during a job interview. Also, in case you're wondering what's the best approach to prepare for an Amazon interview, it's very important to understand that this is not about just answering questions, even questions related to leadership principles, but this is primarily about preparing a story bank. And the way you prepare a story bank would be to first brainstorm for stories for those principles, and only then tuning up your stories using various sample questions. A reason for that approach of answering questions over and over again to not be efficient. Simplest example with the deep dive. Okay, so if you just focus on answering questions over and over again, you will almost certainly not go deep enough into concepts to explain them, to remember all the metrics, all the key elements of that story for an intense interview. Okay, so in an intense interview, they must deep proof what you know about what you've done, and if you were actually the one owning this project, because it's not always the case. I mean, people are trying to bias the interviewers towards them to make them believe that they were responsible for far more important initiatives during their previous work. This is the most common way people try to influence those interviews, and in my experience, quite unsuccessfully. But
can you share the Notion template? I can, if you really want, but it's very simple. How do I actually template this? Share. Perhaps publish. Duplicate as template. Perhaps. I mean, I can share this, right? Let me think. I'm just worrying. I'm just concerned about if there's any privacy concerns here. Do I really think? I mean, look, if I'm telling this to an interviewer, you know, I feel like, you know, I'm gonna censor the really important, like the really secret stuff. So it's fine. I think I can share this. Oh man, I have to open up YouTube.
The point is that if you want to prepare for real for an Amazon interview, you must have a proper story bank. And in my statistics, it's only less than 5% of people who report themselves as being happy with their story bank going into an intense job interview, not only at Amazon, but at pretty much any company. But if only less than 5 people self-report that they're happy with the story bank, you can imagine that you could also take this as an opportunity for you to really differentiate yourself from other candidates during the job interview. This being by far the best technique to pass them. So hopefully you found this information useful, and thank you very much.
All right, let's try and prep 3 different story bank questions tonight, and with the help of ChatGPT. Because I have it here. And, you know, customer obsession is probably one that is quite important. Perhaps for an intern role, you know, maybe it definitely could be there. It definitely could be there. But for an, I don't know, like for an intern, sometimes you don't have the customer experience. We'll see. Okay, I just want to try and get 3. Okay. So, one that is customer obsession. Okay. Custom node development. Well, okay, the question that would help me incite this better. So customer obsession. Where's the customer obsession at? Yeah, okay, so that's not informative how I've said that.
for your elevator pitch.
Okay, elevator pitch also is something I gotta improve on. I don't have a proper one.
Also, another more peculiar approach, if you want, would be that with respect to the question, why do you want to join Amazon, would be that, hey, you know what? The more important behavioral questions in these interviews. Describe a difficult interaction you had with the customer. How did you deal with it? What was...
Okay, describe a difficult...
the outcome, and how would you handle it differently if you were to handle it again? So why would someone ask you such a question in a job interview? Well, they would ask you such a question because they want to screen you on.
Okay, this is going to be hard because how do you describe a difficult interaction you had with a customer? You know, it's maybe something related to perhaps customers not exactly knowing customer doesn't exactly know how to code, right? And you're being tasked to code something for them that's impossible. Like, that's a frustration, right? That makes sense to be a good example of that. And so it says, tell me about a time you disagree. Describe a difficult situation you had with interaction you had with a customer. It's a difficult interaction, but it doesn't necessarily have to be unpleasant, right? So a difficult interaction is maybe it was difficult for me and not necessarily for them. Definitely a difficult interaction with a customer would be when the customer doesn't entirely understand, you know, how someone would implement something. So the customer obsession, synchronizing SaaS tools for manufacturing client. You know, they were complaining possibly with an existing automation. Large manufacturing client. So this would be SKDA. Data discrepancies between systems, like, you know, this was, what were the exact names? Ship fast? No. A shipping platform. their Airtable. No, it wasn't Airtable. It wasn't Asana. It wasn't Airtable. It was Monday. It was Monday. Okay, it was Monday. Basically just a CRM. They wanted to connect their Monday CRM. Trying to recount. Also, right? I turned on dark mode, but it's not really dark moding. Doesn't matter, but just saying. Okay. So I don't know if it's right to put this under customer obsession. Well, let's read this, what ChatGPT says, right? While working at the joinery, I was tasked with integrating 3 different SaaS tools for a large manufacturing client that had growing frustration by data discrepancies between systems. My responsibility was to sync customer order data across these platforms to ensure consistency, with the goal of minimizing manual intervention and increasing the client's operational efficiency. I mapped out the workflow between the SaaS tools utilizing Zapier for automation. I tested extensively with various edge cases, ensuring that the synchronization could handle bulk data and unexpected inputs without failure. The result, the integration ran flawlessly and saved the client about 15 hours per week in manual data entry. This led to significant boosts in their satisfaction, and they continued to collaborate with us on further projects. I don't see how this would relate to customer obsession entirely. I can gauge a little bit of it. Custom node development. Okay. While working at an agency, This isn't really customer satisfaction worthy. But I can, I'd call this a B tier. Just so that, I still want to promote myself. Write something down, That's something I just want to do. Just write them down. So, while working at an agency, oh, I got a good one. Okay, but does that deal with customer obsession? So tell me about a difficult interaction you had with a customer. How do you deal with it and what was the outcome? How would you handle it differently? Okay, so maybe I gotta ask a specific question for this, right? So, because this is quite a good one to consider, right? I don't think it really meets, other customer obsession ones. So, I'd probably need to create a new customer obsession one. This is probably going to be A tier, the one that I'm thinking of. We're gonna say this one I still haven't figured out, but I want to write the question down. Okay, I want one that specifically answers this type of question. Okay, and I want to turn this into a call out. Okay, and this is going to be specific icon info. Make it blue. Make this whole thing blue. Color. Blue background. All right. Specifically, I want one to answer this question. Okay, it's coming up. It's going to come up in the interview. I feel pretty certain that it will. Okay, so while working at an agency, one of our existing clients had complaints about hold on, I need to quit everything in Firefox and reopen because I want everything in dark mode to show up. There we go. Huh. Okay. Look at this. There we go. Dark mode. So While working at an agency, one of our existing clients had complaints about the reliability of an existing solution. To synchronize their SaaS CRM their SaaS tool used to track their employees the problem laid in While working at an agency, one of our existing clients had complaints about the reliability of an existing solution. They had. So this could also be a invent and simplify. While working at an agency, one of our existing clients had complaints about the reliability of an existing solution to synchronize their Monday boards used to track their employees. I guess this relates. While working on an agency, one of our existing clients had complaints about the reliability of an existing solution to synchronize their Monday boards, which were used to track their employees. Since the synchronization tool utilized a service called Zapier, there was a level of abstraction and limitation which in retrospect made this project difficult. I decided that it was best to rebuild the tool. Employee of the month. Okay. Learn and be curious. Okay, learn and be curious. You know, these are all pretty A+ stories, yeah. Learn and be curious. So, home lab setup. Okay, this is going to be good. Home lab setup. This is probably going to be an A+. Situation: to stay ahead of the new technologies, I decided to set up a home lab where I could experiment with self-hosting apps and different backup strategies. My goal was to understand how to efficiently run multiple services like a VPN server, DNS resolvers, and implement 3-2-1 backup strategies. I extensively researched Proxmox, Docker, and backup strategies, experimenting with rclone and restic to create a stable setup. I documented every challenge I faced and used it to refine my approach. And the result was the experience allowed me to develop expertise in cloud technologies and backups, which I later used in various client projects, helping them deploy services with robust backup strategies. Now, the problem with that is it's too broad. And I feel like, you know, there could be multiple things I can say for a home lab setup. I might need a page for elevator pitch, perhaps. Okay, but thinking home lab setup. So you could say like backup strategies. Let me see, learn and be curious question. Learn and be curious. Okay, tell me about a time you realized you needed to know something better to do your job well. What did you do? What was the outcome? What would you have done differently? Yeah, okay, so situation. Yeah, I still like the way you start this. So to stay ahead of new technologies, I decided it was in my best interest to learn to create a home lab where I could experiment with self-hosting apps a variety of apps and understand to some extent the DevOps process. Yeah, and my goal was to understand how to efficiently run multiple services through Docker containers, Kubernetes, and how that could be used at our small agency. The benefit of having this was to explore. But okay, action. I extensively researched topics on Docker containers. I extensively researched topics on Docker and later Kubernetes, and sent me down a path of eager exploration extensively researched topics on Docker and later Kubernetes, and sent me down a path of eager exploration to the extent of DevOps. And by the end of it, I was able to understand at a high level the use of and by the end of it, I was able to understand at a high level tools like Ansible and Terraform, which helped and by the end of it, I was able to understand at a high level the use of tools like Ansible and Terraform, which helped to widen the view of for myself, but also for the people I worked with. The fact that I was eagerly researching these topics had also inspired another colleague of mine to research AWS tools such as SAM templates, and the likes. So yeah, learn and be curious. That's a +1 also. bias for action. Got to think about that one. Okay, but implementing a 3-2-1 backup strategy is something else that is to be learnt and be curious about. So another example is okay. Learn about DevOps. And that's also not a very good one, but learn and be curious. Might be a B. We'll see actually. Why don't you use external keyboard? I want to hear sound. All right. I'll do some for you right now. I could also try actually. No. Ooh. And percent. Oh no. 5, 9 df. I 1. Amazing, you use NeoVim, right? Tell me when you write code, I'll join stream, and I recently shifted to NVim and I like watching people code on NVim. Alright, yeah. Sure thing, I'll tell you when. Not today though, I'm done with writing code for today. Did quite a bit of it. Good questions, Banks, I guess, but still, I might get ready to sleep soon. Okay, this is the last interview prep question that I gotta come up with. You know, come up with 10 by tomorrow, 12 by tomorrow, ideally. Another 6 by Monday. So hopefully I can get around 18 scenarios, stories. Learn and be curious here. Home lab setup. I want to mention, backup strategy somehow, right? Learn and be curious, or is it more related to a different leadership principle? Ownership, no. Invent and simplify, no. I'll write a lot, no. Custom obsession, nope. Learn and be curious, hire and develop the best. Nope. Insist on the highest standards, yes. That's for those two. Think big. Maybe. Can't frame it in a think big way, can I? 3 to 1 backups. No. Bias for action. Not necessarily, because you're thinking a lot more in a 3 to 1 backup. Frugality, yes. I mean, it is a little bit frugal to have a backup. No, not a backup strategy though. It's frugal in a different sense. Earn trust. Earn trust. Something that's important. And make myself trustworthy. That's something I need to write up on, which I can probably mention being IT project. Learn and be curious might be due to on backups. It has to be, right? But have backbone, disagree, and commit. I don't think that's relevant either. Deliver results, not relevant either. Dive deep, maybe. Perhaps. It's dive deep. Let me have a think. What is the dive deep principle again? Leaders operate at all levels, stay connected to the details, audit frequently, and are skeptical with metrics, and anecdotes differ. No task is beneath them. Right. Do you have interview at Amazon? Yeah, it's coming up. Pretty much 3 days to prepare this well. We'll see. I don't expect to I can only do so well. Even if I don't get in, I'm fine with it. And this interview prep is also just helpful generally for future interview preps. So if anything, this is just a good motivator. So this has to 321 backup has to come under learn and be curious, I think, strategy, as opposed to dive deep. So learn and be curious, going back here. Leaders are never done learning and always seek to improve themselves. They are curious about new possibilities and act to explore them. Yeah. But can I frame this anyway well? Situation, action, situation task, action reward, action result. It's not really anything beyond just like learning about it. So if anything, this is a C tier, probably. I don't see how I can make this any better, but perhaps ChatGPT can give me a better idea here. At my home lab, where I self-host multiple applications, I realized that my backup approach wasn't reliable. I was managing a lot of critical data, including personal projects and tutorials, local backups. If something went wrong, it was a hardware failure or data corruption, I risked losing everything. So I needed to develop a more robust backup system that could ensure my data was safe and easily recoverable in cases of disaster. And I heard about the 3-2-1 backup strategy, but hadn't implemented it before. And my goal was to fully understand the strategy and apply it to my home lab setup effectively. To address this, I dedicated my time to researching 3-2-1 backups, and this approach involves having 3 copies of your data, the original and 2 backups, storing them in 2 different types of media with 1 copy stored offsite. And I read articles, watched videos, explored different tools that could help automate the backup process. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is important to talk about. Yeah, okay, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. Flesh out. Yeah, I'd say this is, B tier in terms of the effectiveness, perhaps. Okay. I will say, you know, I heard about the 3-2-1 backup strategy from the creator of Ansible for Kubernetes, Jeff Geerling, and decided to my goal was I needed to develop a more robust platform that wasn't to solely just replicate data onto another hard disk or drive. I heard about the 3-2-1 backup strategy from the creator of a book named Ansible for Kubernetes by Jeff Geerling, and my goal was to fully understand this strategy and apply it to my home lab. So what I did, yeah, this is becoming an A+ tier quality. Yeah, I can't not put this as A+ tier, man. since I have multiple servers by this point, I also created a comprehensive diagram on where each piece of data was being backed up to. And it gave me a wide perspective a clear perspective Okay. Tongue out. Okay, done. So those are the 3 that I've written tonight. They're all A pluses so far, I think. My feeling, you know, like, put quite a lot of time to each one of these. We'll build out more, we'll flesh out more tomorrow. But we'll call it a night for now. Thanks for the 2 people who are still on. And catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.